God says, in the day that you eat of it. God says, in the day that you eat of it.
Bye, I love you too.
God says, in the day that you eat of it.
Bye, I love you too. Bye, I love you too.
It seems Ishin's illness is indeed grave.
The land of Ashina will not last much longer, even with Genichiro on our side. What about our other mission?
Black Hat is fighting like a demon by the Serpent Valley side of the castle.
Then that's where we're going next. But keep your wits about you. The Black Hat Badger won't go down without a fight.
Hey, how's it going, man? Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. So you're an atheist, right?
I'm not hearing you.
I'm sorry?
Well, I will let you know when I hear you. For now, I guess try to mess with your sound settings. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just put the volume off on the YouTube channel, so there is no echo now, okay? Hello? So do you want to ask a question, or do you want me to start?
We're really planning to use that thing? In the battle. I know. But what choice do we have? Desperate times call for desperate measures. We're in no position to worry about what others might think.
Yes, but...
Hey, keep it together, soldier. Keep talking like that, and they'll put you on its detail. And when it's mad, it doesn't discriminate between friend or foe.
Yes. So you're an atheist, right? I'm sorry?
I will let you know when I hear you. For now, I guess try to mess with your sound settings. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just put the volume off on the YouTube channel, so there is no echo now, okay? Hello? So do you want to ask a question, or do you want me to start?
Might be. Well, sorry, my man who tried to hop in. I had my settings fucked up. Oh.
Let me see what you can do. Small but mighty. They won't know what hit them. Go out and make me proud. That's a start. Give him the hammer! Go out and make me proud.
Just wrapping.
Don't stop now! I knew you had it in you!
I'm just wrapping up. I shall join in the sport of combat.
Pick yourself up. Ready your hammer.
Let the souls restore you. Killing strength.
Blast them to pieces! They won't know what hit them. I knew you had it in you.
The odds are in my favor.
You're down, but not out.
sands of time are forever flowing around me. Curious outcome.
Where you left it. Don't stop now! Infinite possibilities. My eternal thanks. By the sands of time. The will of the Forsaken is unbreakable. Don't let up! Keep it up. Aha! Getting bigger. Let me have that one. Impressive! Just what I'd pick. I'll give you a... I'll take that back. The scourge will consume you.
Ride or die!
Don't stop now! I knew you had it in you! Trespassers! You've got him cornered!
No!
crowd. Can't win without minions.
Ride or die!
You've got 'em cornered! Just like that! You'll need to hire minions.
A little brick of love.
Don't stop now!
A little brick of love.
Don't stop now! show them the mountain's fury. Ready, madman. They won't know what hit them. For Cosmodan! Just needs the finishing touch. Ready your hammer. Pick yourself up.
The future is now. Radical turn!
No mortal shall interfere.
For Cosmodan! Ready your hammer. Go out and make me proud. They won't know what hit them.
Hello there. Time is infinite. The rope is not. Till next time.
Give him the hammer! It's shaping up. They'll keep.
The shadows call.
Don't let up.
If only you could rewind. Time is infinite. The rope is not. By the sands of time.
I'll give you a good price. Never seen finer.
What, like it's hard?
Don't stop now! need to hire minions. That's what I'm talking about!
The future is now.
Back on your feet! Show them the mountain's fury!
To rise!
anything I wouldn't do. Next time for sure. Give him the hammer! You're doing great! Keep it up! Don't stop now! For Kazmodan! Give him the hammer! You're making some bold choices out there.
I got it. Second hand.
What is happening here? It's not over yet.
The sands of time are forever flowing around me. Time is infinite. The rope is not. I see you can make the most of your moment.
Face me. Give me a good strike. They won't know what hit them.
What is happening here?
You're doing great. Keep it up.
Cascade away. Rise from the ruin.
They won't know what hit them.
What is happening here?
You're doing great. Keep it up. Just needs the finishing touch.
cannons. The future is now.
It's not over yet. Destiny. You'll knock him dead. Fine start. Ready your hammer. You're doing great. Keep it up. Don't stop now! You're making some bold choices out there. Don't stop now! You're making some bold choices out there.
Clear you. I like your odds.
I do miss hearing her sing sometimes. I knew you had it in you! Just needs the finishing touch. You've gotten cornered!
How do you do? Till next time. I'm just wrapping up.
I'll give you a good price.
Little brick of love.
Aha! Getting bigger. Don't stop now! You're making some bold choices out there. That's a fine choice.
Watch out! I'm moving here.
That's a fine choice. Ready your hammer.
Find the winning line by the sands of time. Time waits for no one. My eternal...
I got it. Second hand.
Let me have that one.
Trespassers.
They won't know what hit them.
did happen, how did God disprove himself?
He didn't.
So then he failed to disprove himself.
He wanted to see if he would disprove himself, but he didn't. He didn't fail. He wanted to see if he could, but it never happened.
So he failed. He wanted this thing to happen and it didn't. So he
proved that
failed.
he was all knowing and he knew he was going to be evil.
So God failed to disprove himself. So he's not perfect.
No.
Yes.
At the end of the day, mate, I don't drink, so shut up about the Weatherspoons thing. Anyway, no.
Are you good?
At the end of the day,
Who the fuck are you talking to?
sorry, I'm answering comments on the thing down there.
Okay.
Anyway, no. At the end of the day, right, I've answered your question on that. Could you want to answer mine?
Sure, I'll let you off the hook. Whatever. What's your question?
If there's over 40 people, right, telling you the exact same story that this certain man committed this certain crime, is he guilty or not guilty?
Probably super depends on the circumstance.
If there's over 40 people giving you the same story, if not a similar story, is he guilty or not?
Yeah, what if there's stories? What if all the stories contradict each other?
But they're not contradicting. They're all telling you similar stories with what this crime was committed.
Yeah, it depends on the circumstances. So I can give you a circumstance. Let's say there's 40 people like saying that this person like did the crime, and then there's like 5,000 people that all saw him and can give like an alibi for that. Like that would be a circumstance where I wouldn't reach that conclusion. Also, to be clear, the Bible contradicts itself all the time.
If there's 40 women in the court of law saying that this one man raped them in the exact same way, saying the exact same thing, saying he did these certain things, is he guilty or not guilty?
I think it's good evidence if that's what it is. I don't think that necessarily makes someone guilty. For example, if for every single one of those 40 he has like an ironclad alibi, then I would actually take that as like not good evidence. You know, if he's performing on like a fucking jumbo.
This Dutch kickboxer and this 420-pound sumo wrestler are about to fight.
There are no rules, no judges' scores, and no time limits.
It will last 26 seconds.
My blood is the first blood, you know.
Whoa! Gerard just got him with a real good roundhouse kick to the face.
I went home with one less tooth.
Okay, this is brutal. And it gets worse. Just a few minutes later, this guy got his head stomped until he couldn't fight anymore.
Comes the stomping, and bam! I think right about now the towel comes in, yes.
This is a vicious, vicious tournament. Only one man is going to win. And spoiler alert, it's not going to be the jacked Greek god we'll see later. No, the winner is actually walking to the cage right now in his pajamas?
Poison Gracie, who is the world champion jiu-jitsu player, he is the lightest combatant of everybody. I think he weighs 176.
No rules, guy's bigger than him, and he's wearing his gi.
Everyone else looks like big old street thugs.
Every man was a champion on their own style. Style against his style. The winner moves on, the loser goes home.
What made you decide to fight with the gi on?
It's a trap. Human instinct. Grab on. If I have nothing to grab, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna punch you. So go ahead, get a hold of me. At least you're not hitting me.
Art Jemison is the number 10 ranked IBF light heavyweight in the world.
Had a 15-fight win streak. About to fight Tommy Hearn for a world title fight.
I thought, you know what, it'd be easy pickings, you know? Because fighting a guy with no experience in boxing. They told me I'm fighting the smallest guy in the tournament, which was true. They told me he couldn't punch or hit a lick, which was true. They didn't tell me that he was like a phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? He's a legend.
For most people, our introduction to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was you in UFC 1.
Grappling is a very, very interesting art, and I think what you're going to see tonight is quite a few of these fights go to the ground.
The way they explained to me, Royce, is going to be you and him. Don't let him hit you ever, because if he hits you, you're going down.
He came in, had one glove, because he thought he was going to hit me so much, he didn't want to break his hand. Okay, there's good and there's bad. Good is he cannot grab me with that hand. But bad is he's confident enough to hit me with that glove to knock me out. I took him down. He didn't know what to do.
I said, okay, this is something new. The glove became a problem, because I'm thinking to myself, why did I wear this glove?
That glove is really working against Art because he can't grab.
He can't grab, he can't pull him in tight.
He didn't know what to do on the floor. Right there was the first lesson of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. If you don't know what to do on the floor, you have no business on fighting. I didn't do anything to him. Took him down, mouth on him.
There was no submission. There was nothing. He just
tried my best, man. I couldn't get out. I finally got to the point where I became like a phobia, where I'm not used to this type of pressure, so I tapped out.
He just tapped out.
Just tapped out.
Did he? There was not a punch thrown.
That's right. That's
There was
exactly
not
correct.
a punch thrown.
Anybody else on the ground who doesn't know grappling is like a fish out of water.
Okay, that skinny guy just made a very good boxer quit without throwing a punch. And now he's moving on to the next leg of the tournament. He doesn't know it yet, but by the end of the night, he will spark a decades-long rivalry, become the target of every martial artist on the planet, and change the face of fighting forever. But first, who is he? And how did he end up in that cage?
I'm a product of my father's work. I did what I learned from him.
My father was actually the first national sport hero in Brazil.
Royce's father, Elio Gracie, was a small man who at a young age learned Japanese jiu-jitsu. But he was so frail that the techniques didn't work for him.
The fact that Elio was a small man is the reason why Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu became so effective, because Elio had to fight off of his back.
He understood that if he wanted to fight bigger and stronger opponents, he needed leverage and intelligence.
All that wasn't in Japanese Jiu-Jitsu.
My father used to say, give me the right leverage and I'll lift the world.
Elio modified Japanese jiu-jitsu techniques to focus less on strength and more on leverage, effectively creating a brand new martial arts style, which we now refer to as Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
He didn't invent jiu-jitsu, he just add leverage into the moves.
The Gracie family is the most important family in the history of martial arts.
Elio was so confident in his jiu-jitsu that he challenged many martial artists to a ton of Vale Tudo matches. Vale Tudo essentially being the precursor to MMA fights.
It doesn't matter how big, how strong the person is. Once we go to the ground, it's pretty much even out a lot. Like everything else, you gotta know what you're doing. Once you know, it's easy.
As an accomplished martial artist, Elio, along with his brothers, passed along their jiu-jitsu to their many children, Royce Gracie being one of the youngest and smallest of his brothers and cousins.
Born in Rio de Janeiro in 1966, the seventh of 9, but the youngest boy.
Yeah, you're really a prodigy. You started when you were 8 years old. You had your black belt by the time you were 18.
Growing up on this family, everybody fights. Everybody at one time step in the ring.
What'd you dream about doing as a kid?
I want to fight because I saw my older brothers, cousins, and it's like, guys, come on, give me a chance.
Royce was basically the runt of the litter and had to watch all of his brothers win tournaments all around the world and watch them continue his father's legacy in the Gracie Challenge.
The Gracie Challenge, it was a quest trying to find which style of martial arts is the best.
My uncle would go to newspapers and put ads. If you think that you're a tough guy, show up at this address.
A lot of people think that the Gracies are arrogant, trying to put down the other styles. No, we're trying to find out if our stuff works.
They can't teach something if they don't prove it. Anybody from judo or from Japan or wrestling that would show up from America and Brazil.
Everybody claims that their style is the best. There's only one way to find out, and we're willing to find out. We gotta show to them where we come from, how our name was built. It was built under sweat and blood.
The Gracie Challenge was very effective in Brazil, but Rorion, Royce's oldest and most business-minded brother, knew that to expand jiu-jitsu, it needed to get to the United States.
My idea in coming to the United States was to find a way so the world would become aware of the benefits of jiu-jitsu or some grappling skills.
Rorion come to bring jiu-jitsu to the US and said, hey, Royce, I need you here.
Royce is a very sweet guy at the time. He actually came from Brazil to help me, take care of my house and the kids with the wife and that kind of stuff.
Yup, Rorion brought Royce along to be his babysitter while he figured out how to get more eyeballs on jiu-jitsu, essentially rebranding the Gracie Challenge as Gracie in Action tapes.
People could bring in as much money as they wanted. Rorion would match the money, and then they just fight.
Gracie in Action videos were an eye-opening video for a lot of martial artists. Guys who thought they were these badass fighters, and they just got taken down and strangled, taken down and strangled, taken down and armbarred.
Royce got quite a few fights under his belt for these videos. That last fight you saw will actually come into play later. But for now, Rorion's tapes were working, but not to the scale he wanted. So he came up with a crazy idea.
My brother, Rorion, the older one, he's the one that created the UFC.
One day, it kind of dawned on me that we should not be carrying on this kind of challenge matches in a small scale like the garage.
We finally figured out we have to put on TV. Once the American people find out, the whole world will see it.
So that's when Art and I came up with the concept of doing a tournament.
I sat down with Rorion and said, okay, who in your family is going to represent Gracie Jiu-Jitsu? I turned to Rorion and said, it's going to be Rickson, right?
Rickson was Royce's older brother, who everybody says is the greatest of all time.
Rickson would be the most obvious choice. He was the best of the family.
Royce came out in articles and said, my brother Rickson is 10 times better than me.
Always said that.
And he wasn't lying.
So there was always rumors about why you were chosen to be the representative for the first UFC. Why did they choose you?
It was going to be on national TV. Looks.
The rumor that I heard was that you was the smallest one, but very technical.
Rickson was much bigger, with a physique built by the gods, let's say.
So putting a person like Rickson in there, people say, wow, look, no wonder he won. Look at Rickson, like a tank.
Let's choose another guy who is more slender, unassuming, and looks undangerous.
I was like, about me? Give me a chance.
Brilliantly, your brother decides, I'm going with Hoist because he's the smallest.
I said, Hoist is really a sweet kid. I said, but it's going to be Hoist?
I think my father in the horde knew I was going to obey my father's order. Do not hurt your opponents.
Why was that so important to him?
To show the true art of jiu-jitsu. Don't take me wrong, it was totally different orders from my mother. My mother would jump in and goes, your father is old, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I want to see some blood, send them to the hospital. The mother was mean.
Never had a fight in the street. Not a mean person. So why do you fight?
Growing up as a Gracie, I was waiting for my chance, for my opportunity. So I jumped right in. Sure, let's do it.
Were you ever afraid?
Nope, not afraid, man. If I was, I wouldn't walk in the ring.
Hoist waited his whole life for an opportunity to live up to the Gracie name. And now, that opportunity was walking to the cage for the semifinals.
This match coming up, I think it's going to be the best match of the evening. Hoist Gracie against Ken Shamrock.
Ken Shamrock, the #1 ranked shoot fighter in Japan.
They needed somebody that would challenge Hoist.
He knew a lot about ground fighting, so it was really a test.
I knew that he was the guy because I kept hearing the Gracie name. He was the only guy that I knew that knew anything about submissions. I didn't think he knew anything all that well. And I felt bad for him because he looked young and he was small. And I was like, this guy's gonna get hurt. I was really cocky at the time. I really thought that I was the man.
Ain't no 175-pound karate guy gonna choke me. Those were his words.
No way he can match my strength, no way he can match my conditioning or my ability. So I went into that fight really thinking that I was gonna dominate him.
He says nobody in this event could give me any trouble. He did not think anything of Hoist and anybody in a gi. He thought that was just clown stuff.
When you look across the ring, the cage, what did you see?
I saw an opponent that I was gonna beat.
Ken's strong, not much of a strategy. Likes to come after you. He's dangerous.
Don't wait for him to set it up. Just shoot, go. So the bell rang and I was on top of him.
I go to take him down and he just like spins and like there was no resistance whatsoever. It was so smooth and easy, but yet I'm like in bad position. I'm like, how did this happen?
I knew he was a footlock guy. I was expecting he would shoot for the foot.
I drove my knee inside and I was gonna sit back.
He didn't expect that I knew how to defend his moves.
I'd actually pulled him up on top.
Got on top of him, couple open hand step to his face.
As I started to roll around, he reached with his other hand across and it applied the choke to me. I'm running out of air going, what is this? There's the tap. There's the tap. He tapped 4 times. I tapped, but it wasn't what I wanted to do.
As soon as I let go, he grabbed my leg, tried to continue. That's when I whisper on his ear very nicely. You know you tap. I know you tap. Everybody knows you tap. But you want to continue? Go ahead, continue.
You tapped. You tapped. And I'm thinking to myself, yes, I sure did, didn't I?
Embarrassed to tap so fast. It was less than a minute that fight with Ken Shamrock.
Hoist got him so quick, so fast, so tricky that he just could not believe it.
I just tapped. Like, I'm the champion in Japan. I just tapped.
That got stuck on his throat, man, until today. That loss, I can see on his face.
I became very, very obsessed with getting that fight back. Nothing mattered to me. I made a mistake. There's no question. I really believe I can beat this guy.
The David versus Goliath nature of this fight made it an instant classic in fighting history. But there are 3 key things to keep in mind. 1, this rivalry was far from over. 2, there are a lot of controversies around this fight and the overall event that I will get to later. And 3, Hoist still had one more fight to go for this tournament. Oh, and it's against that vicious kickboxer from the start of the video.
But before we get there, I just got hit by a car. But luckily, I've heard of Morgan & Morgan.
When you're seriously hurt, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final match for the Ultimate Fighting Champion. First participant will be Gerard Gardot of the Netherlands.
Gerard Gardot is a champion in kickboxing. Very mean fighter, dirty fighter.
What is the secret to your ability to take on bigger foes?
I don't beat them up. I subdue them. Do it a nice way.
There are no rules except 2 things. No eye gouging and no biting. And even that didn't get you disqualified. It just cost you $1,000.
You could literally bite somebody, eye gouge him, get fined while the fight's going on.
Right, keep going.
And literally injure the guy, and he can't continue when you win.
Get in a clinch, choke him down.
There's the takedown. That's exactly what Hoist wants. Gerard is in a lot of trouble.
As soon as I took him down, he took a bite of my ear. So I pull it out and I whisper in his ear, you cheating.
He gave me a look like, so what? That was his look. All right.
There's the tap.
Joke. It's over.
It's over.
He started to tap. Now they're definitely not going to let it go. Hold on to that one a little longer.
Hoist is not letting go. He wants to make sure the referee sees that this is over. That is the power of jiu-jitsu in action.
I won 3 fights without really having to touch them. Didn't really beat them up, just to maneuver them from point A to point B, and that's it.
You were the first ever and the ultimate fighting champion. What's going through your mind right now?
Thanks to my brother, my family, to give me the chance, the opportunity to go through this.
When Hoist ended up tapping Gerard Gordeau, what's your thought at that point?
I was glad to share with everyone the message that Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is it. That was for me the most important thing.
On November 12, 1993, against all odds, a 26-year-old Hoist Gracie became the first UFC champion, revolutionizing fighting by exposing the world to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
He personified true martial arts.
It really made a lot of people realize that they had been wasting a tremendous amount of time in their life practicing that didn't really work, you know?
Greatest infomercial ever.
It was the greatest. Everybody was like, I gotta learn jiu-jitsu.
It opened everybody's eyes to the ground fighting.
That's why I do jiu-jitsu. That's why a lot of people do jiu-jitsu, because of your success in the UFC.
Jiu-jitsu became the spine for all the martial arts. It's connect them all together. You gotta know some stand-up, you gotta know some takedowns, but jiu-jitsu connect them all.
That ripple effect of his victories in the UFC changed the whole face of martial arts all over the world.
He kick-started the entire sport of mixed martial arts.
It's true, overnight, Hoist Gracie completely changed the paradigm of fighting and became an instant martial arts celebrity. I mean, people were even calling for him to have crazy super fights.
A fight that a lot of people called for was you versus Mike Tyson. Was that something that thought you ever entertained?
We actually put up a challenge to him back then. He accepted. His camp did not, because if he loses, he was in the prime of his life, and if he loses, it would have destroyed boxing.
However, all of this aside, UFC 1 didn't come without its controversies.
Hoist's camp, they knew that I was a threat to them. They figured out ways to make it more difficult for me. The day before the fight, they took my shoes away, and they said it was a weapon. I'd never had gone into a ring without shoes before.
One of the most documented controversies with UFC 1 had to do with last-minute restrictions to equipment like hand wraps, wrestling shoes, and more for all fighters except for Hoist.
He wraps a gi around my neck and he chokes me. And as he's choking me, I'm going, he's choking me with his gi. It's a weapon. How is my shoes a weapon, but the gi isn't?
I can actually understand Ken and the other fighters' frustrations with this. And this is something that actually gets resolved in the events following. But even with these restrictions in mind, I don't think the result would have changed. However, there is a more controversial claim that you may have even considered yourself, which is, were these guys handpicked for Hoist to beat them? Why weren't there better fighters for the event? Was it all rigged?
The first UFC, I think a lot of people thought was fake. That was set up for him to win. There's no way.
The answer to this is actually quite simple when you consider that very few elite martial artists answered the call for a fringe competition in Denver with no rules or commission. Again, the quality of fighters and the diversity of skill sets would be something that Hoist would have to prove himself against later on. The most prevalent claim, of course, is that UFC 1 was biased in its commentary for Hoist, and the entire event was just an infomercial for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Which, yes it was, but Hoist still needed to win those fights. His and his family's motivations for UFC 1 doesn't change what he did on that night. If you want a deeper dive into UFC 1's controversies, check out MMA On Point's video, Was UFC 1 Rigged? But even with all its controversies, UFC 1 was a hit, and fans wanted to see if Hoist could do it all over again 4 months later, and this time in an even bigger tournament.
Welcome to the Ultimate Fighting Championship, Part 2. Once again, there are no rules.
UFC 2 was 4 fights in one night, 16-man tournament. With no gloves, no time limit, no weight division.
Unfortunately for fans, Ken Shamrock was unavailable for UFC 2, instead fighting for Pancrase in Japan. So we'd have to wait just a little for a rematch with Hoist.
UFC 2, first fight was Minoki Ishihara. Fought for K1. Again, another one, doesn't know anything on the ground. Got in a clinch, took him down, got on top of him, he spin out, got the choke.
He tapped. Was that normal? Yes. No. I think he choked him out.
Hoist quickly disposed of Ichihara with a lapel choke in the opening round to move on to the quarterfinals and face Jason DeLucia.
Hi, I'm Jason DeLucia. I'm a red sash in Chinese Kung Fu 5 animal system, and I'm here to test myself in the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
The funny thing about Jason is he actually fought Hoist before. This was him getting toyed around with and ultimately submitted by Hoist in a Gracie in action tape. so Jason was really hoping for some vengeance.
The first second of the fight, I shot in with a side kick, breaking my leg in the first 2 seconds of the fight. His skill really took over. All of a sudden, I'm on my back, and when he's on top of you and you go to move him, you can't. By the time you figure it out, you've given up something to get that exit.
He'll break his arm. He's going to snap his arm. He did, too. That was quick.
I guess Jason's 5-animal system didn't help him out, because now Royce was on to the semifinals against this very large man.
Remco Pardoel knows a lot of grappling, and he was big. He was a big boy.
Remco Pardoel actually trained with Gerard Gordeau, the Dutch kickboxer that Royce submitted at UFC 1. So Remco was very confident that he was prepared to deal with Gracie.
Got in a clinch. As a judo player, he's very comfortable turning his back to the opponent. He rolls to his back, got the hooks, got the choke.
Looks like he's in tremendous pain. He's tapped out. He's tapped out. And Royce Gracie's in the finals one more time.
It took Royce just 91 seconds to get through Pardoel to make it to the finals. But this last match was no cupcake.
Patrick Smith against Royce Gracie, that'll be our final matchup.
Fourth fight was Pat Smith.
Kickboxer Pat Smith famously lost to Ken Shamrock at UFC 1. But at UFC 2, he surprisingly earned 2 guillotine finishes and 1 TKO to make it to the finals with a cumulative fight time of 2 minutes and 35 seconds. So Royce had to be very careful in this fight.
He's a stand-up fighter too. Now I already changed the strategy. Gotta watch his hands, his feet. Very mean fighter. Once I got in a clinch, took him down, he didn't know what to do.
Taking a pounding. Yes, he is. The towel is in already. Royce is the greatest champion on the planet right now.
On the end of the second UFC, I remember talking to Horton. I was like, man, 4 fights is a lot. I'm tired tonight.
Once again, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu has won the Ultimate Fighting Championship for the 2nd time. You think you'll have any more difficulty with the next one?
We'll see. Can't wait. I hope they have some more tough guys, more good guys. I want them to show up.
Royce Gracie proved once again jiu-jitsu superiority in no-holds-barred competition, becoming a 2-time UFC tournament winner. But remember, Royce demanded tougher competition, and unfortunately for him, he got it.
Tonight, every competitor is here for one reason and one reason alone, to destroy the great Royce Gracie. We are in for an exciting night tonight.
I'm Ken Shamrock. I lost in the Ultimate Fighting Championship 1. I'm here in the Ultimate Fighting Championship 3 to redeem my performance.
I heard that he entered UFC 3 to get revenge with me.
That's right, Ken Shamrock came back to the UFC specifically to get his revenge on Royce Gracie. That's the fight everyone wanted to see. But Ken was not Royce's opponent in the opening round.
UFC 3, it was Kimo.
My name is Kimo Leopoldo. My purpose here is to bring the gospel of Jesus Christ throughout the whole world.
Carrying a wooden cross into the octagon.
I was like, go ahead, carry that cross. It's heavy. It was solid wood, by the way. That was heavy.
What did Kimo weigh?
250.
250, roided to the gills.
There was no testing.
No testing.
Not the most technical, but he was pure strength. And I messed up on that one because I tried to match strength with him. He got me tired.
Both of us got exhausted, dead tired.
Royce got lit up.
He's 250, I'm 170. Technique prevailed on the end. He had nothing, I had technique. I had the arm lock, caught him.
Trying to get an arm lock.
Kimo tapped out.
Kimo tapped out.
What a great fight that was.
Great fight. One of the best bouts in the history of the UFC. And Royce is injured. He's limping.
Yes, he is.
There's a lot of worry in the Gracie corner.
Royce's fight with Kimo lasted just under 5 minutes, but it was a very hard fight against a much bigger opponent, leaving Royce in very bad shape after that fight.
Walked back to the locker room, I was exhausted, could barely walk.
While Royce rested up, Ken Shamrock was tearing up the competition, earning a TKO and a submission to earn his way to the finals. So that meant if Royce could win his next fight, he would face Ken Shamrock for the title.
The next fight happens very fast. So we had about maybe 10, maybe 15 minutes to rest, and I had to go back out. Okay, let's go, get up, it's time to go. Everything shut down in front of me. Couldn't see a thing. I can hear everybody, but just couldn't see everything black out in front of me. John McCarthy comes over, are you ready? Yep. I'm ready. I feel him walk away. I turn around. Guys, do something. John McCarthy see my back turn. He comes back. He probably saw in my eyes that something wasn't right. That's when Horton said, let's throw the towel.
The towel is in. Royce Gracie's out of the competition. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Royce came in and threw the towel, and I believe it was because he had to face me.
His injuries from the bout with Kimo has eliminated Royce from the competition.
I got injured. I got dehydration, so didn't continue the tournament.
Kimo now hops into the ring to take credit for the victory, but he lost.
Wow. Just angered me to no end. They quit. They backed out of a fight because they ran into some adversity.
Dehydrated and badly injured from his Kimo fight, Royce bowed out from the competition, losing his title as the UFC champion and leaving Ken Shamrock to go on to the finals. Only that's not what happened. Ken Shamrock withdrew from the tournament upon hearing of Gracie's exit, essentially bowing out of what was basically a guaranteed title win for himself. So why?
I think at that point was where I lost my will to fight anybody else. I didn't want anybody else. I wanted him.
Because both Hoist and Ken withdrew from the tournament, Steve Jenham, an alternate in the competition, actually ended up winning UFC 3. This rivalry between Ken and Hoist would unfortunately have to wait to get a resolution. But more importantly, Hoist was now questioned for the first time in his fighting career, and fans didn't know if he had it in him anymore. Hoist didn't know it yet, but UFC 4 just 3 months later would be the most difficult and most perfect tournament to remind the fans who he is.
Horace Gracie could not continue the last fight, so he's out to take revenge for the Gracie family. This will be a very difficult night, but revenge will be the major factor.
I am Horace Gracie. I was here in the first, second, and third tournament. Now I'm back to prove that my family style is the best.
The fourth one, now I gotta come back and prove everybody that I'm back.
I'm Ron Van Cleef, the Black Dragon from New York City. I'm 51 years old, and I've been practicing martial arts for 40 years, longer than any of these participants have been alive.
Ron Van Cleef, first opponent, stand-up fighter. As soon as I took him down, got him the choke, he was out.
That's it. Tap is all. Hoist Gracie with a victory in 3 minutes and 49 seconds.
Let's be honest, that was always going to be an easy fight for Hoist, but his next fight in the semifinals was against Keith Hackney, a hard-hitting karate guy who just won a fight by making scumbag Joe Son quit after a ton of completely legal nutshots. So Royce had to make sure he didn't dick around.
Hi, my name is Keith Hackney. I'm back at UFC 4 to test my skills.
My opinion, I think this is going to be one of Royce's toughest matches right here.
I wanted to keep him on his feet, sprawl on any takedowns. I definitely wanted to go in and knock him out.
Hackney have a very heavy hand. He hits hard.
He works out of it. Lands a big right hand.
The fight was going well in the beginning. I think I took him out of his game a little bit. I drove down with a straight punch, caught him right dead center in the forehead. I think he still had the knuckle marks on him.
Another right hand landed by Hackney.
He pulled me in and held me into him until I think he recovered from the shot.
After I trapped him, he couldn't move. Then I got him in the armbar.
Here it is. He's tapping out. That's it. Beautiful, beautiful technique by Gracie.
Gracie is into the final.
After another submission victory, Royce was now on to the finals. But man, did he have his work cut out for him.
And so in the final, it'll be Daniel Severn against Royce Gracie. Who will reign tonight in UFC 4?
The beast wrestler. Everybody was thinking I was out. I was done. Dan Severn, that's a big guy that knows how to use his weight.
Dan the Beast Severn walked through his previous two opponents in less than 3 minutes combined.
I was a last-minute fill-in. I trained for all of 5 days, and I walked into the world of no holds barred, and I stood it on its ear. I've already finished off my first two opponents. I did not use any striking skills whatsoever. Basically took them down, made both of those opponents tap out.
Dan Severn will certainly get a doc on this channel one day. But for now, I need you to understand how decorated his wrestling background was.
I was a 3-time All-American, won 2 state titles, my last 2 years, 100-0, and I set and held 8 national records simultaneously, which nobody has ever held before, nor has since. I have just shy of 100 state, national, international records and/or titles.
Royce was severely undersized and fighting a very talented grappler who barely broke a sweat before making it to the finals.
Now my thoughts are going to match number 3. I find out it's Royce Gracie. What does that mean to me? Someone that's got 2 arms, 2 legs, and we have unlimited time. I just kept thinking, well, him being a grappler, me being a grappler base, worst case scenario, I'm not going to get beat up too badly.
Severn diving in and grabbing the leg of Gracie, and he's got control.
Takedown happened quite quickly as match progressed. That's where the grappling struggle begins. I'm trying to do compression submissions. I'm using my chin and I'm pushing it right down into space. I'm thinking, that's gotta hurt. He's not showing any emotion, stuff like that, not tapping out.
Gracie maneuvering, whatever he can do to stay in it.
I think I'm gonna have to hit this guy. And that's why I tell people that I really struggled with my conscience.
Severn pounding away with the combination.
He didn't know how to finish the fight, and I saw that on his eyes.
Couple of punches there by Severn.
Those are good shots, and they're hitting cleanly into the ribs.
There's no way he was gonna finish me, and he knew that. His face told me that.
Does Gracie have what it takes to mount any type of quick reversal?
I don't think it's gonna happen.
I can read exactly what's going through his mind as he's looking over at his dad, Helio, just outside the cage. He's like, Dad, I'm hanging in there. But if you were to throw that towel in, I wouldn't hold it against you.
You've got to believe Royce is starting to get tired. He's carrying the weight. You have to feel that Severn is going to outlast Gracie.
That thought never crossed my mind. Never.
Just don't feel Gracie is going to have the kind of ability to escape a wrestler when he's in this dominant a position.
How long can Gracie endure?
Helio, he's got the towel in his hands. He brings the towel on up, crosses his arms, and holds right this, and just shakes his head like, no. And I'm thinking in my mind, you let me kill your kid out here right now for Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, wouldn't you?
Who's getting frustrated? Who's gonna make the first mistake? If I'm gonna expose myself and he's gonna hit me, or if he's gonna expose himself and get choked? Let's see who have more heart.
I should have turned that man into a pile of kindling wood. Because of what I know now, I wish I would have known then.
He finally made a mistake.
No, I had not seen triangle choke before, so it's all new ground.
That's it.
What a comeback. He hung in there to the very end. It didn't look like he could ever.
When we stood up, he embraced me and he said, you're the toughest man I ever went against.
Royce Gracie submitting Dan Severn in what was the longest UFC fight ever at that time, 15 minutes, was incredible. The fight actually went on so long that the last few minutes got cut off from the pay-per-view, so fans actually didn't get to see that ending until the VHS tapes came out much later. But that's besides the point. Royce was once again UFC champion, becoming the first and only 3-time tournament winner. But sadly for us, this would be Royce's last tournament, because 4 months from now, he would compete for the UFC's inaugural super fight title against none other than his rival Ken Shamrock. But before we get to the super fight, if you got this far, please hit subscribe. It would mean a lot. And if you want more videos like this, hit the like button and share this video with someone who would enjoy it. Oh, and don't forget to leave me a comment down below, but end your comment with the gi/kimono emoji. That way, I know you got this far. Now, onto UFC 5.
UFC 5, you have a stand-alone event and a fight with Ken Shamrock.
Yes. Now, Hoist couldn't back out of it because if he backed out, it'd be like quitting in that one, but he wouldn't have an excuse of why he quit.
Here comes Ken Shamrock into the octagon. He's met his opponent before in the octagon, and tonight he's out to settle the score.
I'm Ken Shamrock. I've heard all the hype. I've heard all the press. I've seen all the talk. I waited over a year and a half for this. Now it's time for the fight, and I'm not gonna lose.
Day before the fight, they put in a time limit. Day before. The first time ever in a UFC fight.
I'm Hoist Gracie. Tonight, I'm only gonna fight one man. There won't be any problem. I beat him before, and I'll beat him again.
So 3 bits of context here. First, the UFC added the time limit because they didn't want to go over broadcast time like they did in UFC 4. However, there were no judges, so either someone got finished or it was a draw. And thirdly, the super fight title they were competing for effectively became the UFC Heavyweight Championship a couple of years later. So this was a fight for the baddest man on the planet.
My objective in that fight was to literally just beating him down to where his legs would drop. And when his legs dropped, I would beat him some more, and then I would submit him.
Shamrock gets to the mounted position. We might have another long bout right here.
I'm literally gonna wear him down. I wanna beat him into oblivion, and then I want to submit him.
Seems as though Shamrock is not going to put himself at risk getting too aggressive.
All he did was lay on top of me and hold me down. Even his father was on the corner, was yelling at him, do something, Ken, come on.
And Bob Shamrock is shouting, get up and punch him. Get up and do something.
And I just wonder in the back of Shamrock's mind if a draw with Gracie in effect is a victory.
A draw for him, he played for the draw. He didn't play to win.
I think probably so, because he isn't making any dangerous moves. He's taking no chances.
If I had an hour to do that, he wouldn't have been walking out of that ring. He'd have been a rag doll. But unfortunately, they were in control of the rules, they were in control of the time, and it worked in their favor. So I worked him, and the fight was going exactly the way I wanted it to. The time ran out.
30 minutes, that's an unofficial time. No one has stopped the bout yet.
Roy and Gracie screams outside the ring, 3 more minutes, 3 more minutes. And I'm like, yes, 3 more minutes.
The longest fight in UFC history, 36 minutes.
I believe they adapted the rules here to try to give the fighters a chance to finish it off.
Well, in that 3 minutes is when I was able to land a punch and blow up Hoist's eye.
Gracie looks like he's got a mouse underneath his right eye.
But Shamrock is definitely the aggressor now.
So I took him down, I blasted him, I took him down again, I started beating him down, and this is where things started really going my way, and time ran out again.
And that is the end of the super fight. Wow. Hoist Gracie and Ken Shamrock fight to a draw.
He was done. He could hardly get up off the mat.
And the crowd does not like it at all. And I can't believe there's boos. I can't believe it.
That was a big victory for him. He didn't care about winning. He just did not want to lose to me.
Shamrock parading the ring, raising his arms in victory.
No, there was no victory.
There's no question, no doubt. Anybody that watches it knows that I won the fight. How about the recognition that he got outworked? How about the recognition that, yeah, he got the worst end of it. He got his ass kicked. And he won't give credit to that. He says, I laid on him. And I'm like, dude, you were carried out of the ring.
I don't give a flying rat's ass about your opinion of who won, who lost the fight. I know it was a draw. You couldn't do shit to me, and I took your best shot. So if you fight somebody half of your size, and you don't beat that person up, would you be happy with that? I wouldn't.
When did a draw for the heavyweight became a victory?
Look, if you've never seen this fight, you're very lucky. Pretty much nothing happened outside of that one punch that Shamrock landed, so it went to a draw, which isn't a very satisfying conclusion to this rivalry, so it's not over just yet. But that will have to wait, because after this fight, Hoist retired from No Holds Barred fighting to start a family.
Hoist and I have 4 children. We have 3 boys and a little girl. She's probably gonna be the toughest of all of them.
Hoist spent the next 5 years enjoying time with his family and doing what he loves, teaching jiu-jitsu to strangers and his children alike.
For my children, the expectation is that they're gonna learn jiu-jitsu. What they do with jiu-jitsu is really up to them.
However, after 5 years, Hoist got the itch to fight once again, but this time in a slightly different environment.
Are you going to get back into the UFC at any point? Is your career there finished?
Right now I've been fighting in Japan.
for a show called Pride.
Hoist returned to fighting in Pride Fighting Championships, entering in their year 2000 Grand Prix.
Last fight I had, the guy did not touch me one time. 20-minute fight, he did not hit me one time.
Hoist has won a unanimous decision against Nobuhiko Takada.
I'm not going to bore you with this opening round fight because Hoist's opponent did nothing and Hoist moved on to the quarterfinals. But this is where things got interesting.
Who's Sakuraba?
Sakuraba was probably one of the best fighters that Japan produced.
Sakuraba was so special.
Oh my God.
This generation that didn't get to watch him fight has to go back and look at those fights.
Oh, they have to go back.
It has been said that it was kind of a thing that your family was like, all right, we have to send you in there to go kind of get rid of him.
It would be a crime if Sakuraba doesn't get a doc on this channel at some point. He is as legendary as it gets in MMA. Now you might ask yourself, why would Hoist be sent to get rid of him? Well, it has to do with a bit of a reputation that Sakuraba developed.
He beat my brother and my cousin, Renzo, yes.
Remember when he broke Renzo's arm?
Yes,
Yeah.
the Kimura.
Yep.
I love the Gracies, and he was beating the Gracies, and we couldn't help but like him.
You called him the Gracie Hunter, remember?
Sakuraba is now known as the Gracie Hunter for his outstanding ability to finish talented members of the Gracie family. So for Hoist, there was a lot at stake.
Sakuraba. Talk about that competition with him.
Was at the height of Sakuraba's career, though, his prime?
Oh, yeah. He was in the highest. He's a very good fighter, very good, smart, knows how to use strategy. He was the top. He was the top for a while. He's a tough opponent for anybody.
I would consider myself proud to fight for 90 minutes. It was a long fight. I wish the fight went much earlier. We would have finished much earlier.
He kicked around the shin, cracked my shin, and tear the ligaments. I told my brother and my father, I can get up, but I can't walk. You tell me what to do.
That's when we threw the towel.
He's throwing in the towel.
He made him quit.
This was a grueling 90-minute fight, still to this day, the longest MMA fight ever, ultimately resulting in a TKO loss for Hoist, the first official loss of his career. But Hoist didn't let that deter him from continuing his fighting career. In 2003, Hoist fought to a draw against Hidehiko Yoshida. 1 year later, he fought in, let's be honest, a freak show matchup against a 6'8", 500-pound Akebono and quickly submitted him with an omoplata. And 1 year after that, he fought to one more draw against Hideo Tokoro to bring his record to 13-1-3. Hoist was fighting less frequently, less viciously, and was now pushing 40 years old. It kind of felt like the sport had moved on from that 26-year-old at UFC 1. But the UFC really wanted to push that theory to its limit.
We have come up with another mega fight. I've never fought a legend, and Hoist Gracie is a legend.
They approached me, hey, that would be the biggest fight ever. Old school, new school, old champion, new champion. I mean, let's do it. I'm a fighter, man. That's what I do for a living.
Hoist Gracie was set to fight at UFC 60 against Matt Hughes, the reigning welterweight champion, and yes, the best UFC champion up to that point. And Matt had a lot to say about the matchup.
He's somewhat old school to where I don't think he's going to pull a submission off. I don't think he's going to come close.
What are your thoughts on Matt's thoughts that you're behind the times and that he's going to beat you in this fight? There's only one way to find out.
Give me time and I'll submit you.
Hoist is going to have a rude awakening. He's either going to need to go to school or retire.
Do you predict the tap out? Anything can happen. I won't give any prediction of how I'm going to beat him. Whenever he makes a mistake, I'll be right there to capitalize.
You come back and the game's completely different. You're not wearing your gi, you gotta wear your gloves, you have to wear shorts. You know, there's all these point rules. Why would you even come back and put yourself in that situation?
He's talking, saying that he's gonna knock me out, that he's gonna ground and pound. I wanna see that. I got nothing else to do, might as well, let's go pick a fight.
He used his height very well on his feet, throwing strikes, keeping me away from him. But as soon as I closed distance and grabbed a hold of him, it was my game. He didn't have enough strength or athleticism to keep up with me.
I wasn't there. I stayed back in the locker room. Everybody was in the stadium besides me.
He beat me exactly the way we thought that he was gonna beat me. I'm the one who didn't show up.
This fight is hard to watch. It was pretty clear that Hoist's approach to fighting wouldn't really work against a modern era mixed martial artist. But even in taking a beating like that, Hoist was not deterred.
Hoist, you must be disappointed right now. Do you think that you're going to continue fighting, or do you think this is it for you?
I got a couple more on me. I'll be back.
Yep, Hoist Gracie wanted to get back in there one more time. But not against just anyone. He wanted his revenge on Kazushi Sakuraba, the only man other than Matt Hughes to defeat him. And this time around, Hoist was far more controlling and far more aggressive in the grappling exchanges. So after 3 rounds, Hoist won the decision victory.
Hoist Gracie!
However, this redemption wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, as Royce tested positive for a ridiculous amount of anabolic steroids after this match. Confusingly, this victory over Sakuraba was now overturned to a no contest, and Gracie tried to dispute the allegations by pointing to his weight.
Look at my first UFC, 178. Look at my last fight, 180. I gained 2 pounds for accusing me of using drugs. Never gained a pound in my life. It's ridiculous.
I'm not a steroid expert, but I'm pretty sure that's not how steroids work. And even so, that's not true. Royce went from 175 pounds in the Matt Hughes fight to 188 pounds in the Sakuraba rematch. So overall, this was a pretty unfortunate stain on Royce Gracie's career. And with that, Royce hung up the gloves. Royce went back to spending time with his family and traveling the world spreading the benefits of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. But every time he got pulled aside for an interview, he got the same question.
Your last fight was a couple years ago. You haven't fought since then, but you say you're not retired. Are you going to fight again?
I know there's a lot of talk about you coming back and fighting. What's the deal on that?
I don't know.
Let's just say this. If they did offer you a fight again, are you interested in fighting? Or are those days over?
I'm not retired. It's just lost the itch for a while.
I'm interested. I got one more.
You got one more?
I got one more.
For several years, Royce Gracie teased his return to MMA. And for several years, nothing happened. Until the right opponent came along to settle the beef.
It's a fight that's been wanted to have happen for, 23 years. For whatever reasons, it never happened. I think Royce has picked a horrible time for him to come back out of retirement, to step in the ring and fight me at this particular time. And I think come February 19th, the story will be told, the truth will be told.
The first time I beat him less than a minute. Second time, he just held me down for 36 minutes.
It's a fight I've been wanting for a very long time. It's one that's bothered me for a long time. Always getting disrespected. Should have gotten the credit I should have gotten and didn't get it. I will have that credit now. And that to me is, for me, it means a lot to me because I want to be the best. I want people to remember my legacy and as one of the best.
He's the one that been losing sleep for the last 20 years. He can't understand how can somebody with all that physique and all that strength lose to somebody like me.
I'm not walking out of the ring without a win. It's not gonna happen.
Let's be honest, this was two legends fighting way past their prime in a promotion nobody really cares about, but at least we'd get a satisfying conclusion to both their careers and this rivalry. At least, that's what we'd hoped.
In some ways, the best ending possible, and in some ways, the worst.
After about 2 minutes into the fight, he realized that I wasn't going to take him down and that I was going to force him to stand up. Once he figured that out, I hit him with a knee. He grabs my head, looks down at my groin.
A low blow was landed.
There's no way, unless you're intending to throw a low blow, that you're going to throw something like that. And then after you landed, take credit for a win.
No, I'm very happy. That was my first knockout.
In my opinion, the only reason why he hit me low was because he knew he didn't want to be in the ring with me.
I was telling Ken, we come from an era where there was no time limit, no weight division, no gloves, no rules. Groin shot was allowed, but he did not catch his groin.
In my opinion, it's not over. I mean, I wouldn't want to win that way.
It seems that Royce's rivalry with Ken would never fully be resolved, and that sucks. But rather than dwell on what happened in 2016, I rather remember Royce, his contributions to fighting, and his rivalry with Ken Shamrock for how it was recognized on the 10-year anniversary of UFC 1 in 2003.
We're going to induct our first 2 UFC Hall of Fame members.
Well, we're looking for the first ever inductee into the UFC Hall of Fame, Royce Gracie. It's a no-brainer.
That's a special feeling right there. I'm honored to be there.
When you look back on the pioneers, Royce stands head and shoulders. He won 3 out of the first 4. Nobody can ever take that away from him. What an accomplishment.
He fought 4 guys in one night, outweighed double sometimes, and prevailed.
Coming to the octagon, Ken Shamrock!
I respect Royce for what he was doing and what he did. The legacy that me and Royce Gracie have left behind is a legacy of success.
The sport doesn't exist without Ken Shamrock and Royce Gracie.
Tonight we'll be honoring 2 of the sport's greatest legends by inducting them into the UFC Hall of Fame.
We all owe a great deal of gratitude to the Gracies, to Royce Gracie in particular.
He kick-started the entire sport of mixed martial arts.
Yeah, I created explosion 20 years ago.
He will always go down in history as one of the most important figures ever in martial arts, if not the most important figure.
We honor and welcome an inaugural inductee to the UFC Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, Royce Gracie.
Any regrets as you look back?
Love it, every bit of it. even the loss.
When you look back on this now, what does it feel like?
How does it feel now? How does it feel now? I mean, you're the guy who was responsible to make mixed martial arts known, to really put it on the map.
You were the original. You're number one. There's only going to be one original Ultimate Fighter. That's you.
I don't look at that way. I don't look at that way. I look as a yeah, I was part of it.
Thank you to my patrons and members. Become one yourself to support the channel. And if you like this video, you will love the others on my channel, so subscribe because
I came into this sport as a champ. I'll leave my black as a champ too. Oos!
Watch very closely. You're witnessing the quickest rise to greatness of any man in UFC history.
He's got that one-punch KO power. When that guy was going to fight MMA, I'm like, hold on, baby. Yeah. Because this is going to be some wild shit.
And the crazy thing is, it was never supposed to happen.
Without me, he wouldn't be here. Without me, he'd have a tougher road to the title, and he would have got exposed a long time ago.
That's Israel Adesanya pursuing greatness as UFC middleweight champion. But where he went wrong was summoning his own worst nightmare.
He watches all my fights, and every time I fight, like clockwork, he'll try and put something out like, I beat this guy.
There's a timeline. You know there's a bad guy, and then there's this ultimate bad guy.
I've never, ever watched any of his fights, ever, so... At the end of the day, no one knows who the f he is.
And then Izzy had to open his mouth.
And he's gonna be that guy when I'm world champion, when I'm a legend. He's gonna be at some pub talking some shit about, I beat that guy one time.
If Izzy just shut the f up, he would have stayed where he was.
That was the impetus for Pereira to get back into mixed martial arts. He sort of awakened the beast with those comments.
Israel Adesanya was talking about Alex Poatan Pereira.
His fucking highlight reel is like nobody else's. Completely unique style, very technical, and very well thought out.
And in that interview, he told 2 lies and 1 truth. The first lie was that Alex Pereira beat him 1 time. You've got to understand, Alex Pereira is one of the most decorated kickboxers in history.
It's not just dangerous power. He's fucking sneaky. He's really technical and creative when he's hitting people.
Pereira kicked off his career in 2012, and over the next 4 years, he decimated the competition and collected championships in multiple organizations.
He was beating up everybody over there, dude. And it was the way he was doing it. He was putting them into orbit. Like, the power was different. The style was different. It's a weird style. Hands down, weird movement, but super technical, man. I was like, this fucking guy's terrifying.
It wasn't long before he had his first meeting with Israel Adesanya on his home soil in China.
I am Chinese.
It was a tightly contested battle where Alex Pereira earned a decision victory to snap Israel Adesanya's 4-team fight win streak. Adesanya was none too pleased by the decision, and many fans argue Adesanya was robbed of his victory by the judges.
There was a bit of controversy because in fight 1, many people thought Izzy won that fight.
So naturally, both of these fighters met the following year, but if you were looking for a truly satisfying conclusion, you might have been disappointed. Israel Adesanya was winning the fight, and more notably, had Pereira very badly hurt in the second round. I mean, it was a beating. But the referee stepped in and gave Pereira a standing 8 count, which gave Pereira just enough time to recover and deliver his signature left hook in the 3rd round to knock out Adesanya.
In fight 2, Izzy was fighting well again. He had hurt Pereira in the 2nd round, and then he got knocked out.
You might say that a knockout like this should be definitive in squashing this rivalry, but far too many questions surrounded both of these bouts.
Yo, but in the fight where he knocks out Izzy, Izzy was fucking his dude up, and they should have stopped the fight. Izzy was fucking that guy up to the point where he's just in the corner covering up. I'm shocked they didn't stop the fight.
You could have maybe stopped the fight, but if he goes on to knock Izzy out, maybe the argument is that you got to let guys fight.
It bothered Israel Adesanya to the point that he was mentioning Pereira years later as champion of the UFC.
At the end of the day, no one knows who the f he is.
And while I clarified the first lie Izzy told in this interview, the unfortunate truth of Pereira sitting in a pub cuts very deep.
Na época aí que eu tava, já perdidão mesmo, eu bebia quase 1 litro por dia, entendeu? Tá louco, velho.
While Israel Adesanya rose to stardom in the UFC, Alex Pereira was still recovering from his alcoholism in his early career.
Até meio-dia eu tomava 3 cachaças. Era umas 10, uma 11 e outra meio-dia, né? Tem até os horários.
You see, Pereira had a hard life. He grew up very poor in a favela and dropped out of middle school to be a bricklayer's assistant and later a tire shop worker. He was in a dead-end job surrounded by people who paid him in the form of alcohol and became an alcoholic over time.
Então, na borracharia, você faz o trampo ali, o cara fica contente, você faz um trampo legal. Pum, cara. Eu deixei uma paga lá pra você, entendeu? Aí,
apaga.
Deixar uma paga lá pra você aí.
And it was a shame because it was around this time that Pereira showed a lot of early promise as a kickboxer.
E todas as lutas que eu ganhei, tudo no primeiro round. Então foi menos de 2 minutos. Todas? É. Por nocaute, tudo no primeiro round.
But according to his trainer, Pereira's love of booze prevented him from training for long, his body didn't hold up, and he wasn't mentally clear in his bouts. However, his trainer Beloca Vera knew that Pereira had to trade one set of spirits for another. You've likely seen Alex Pereira in indigenous attire before his bouts, but you probably don't realize that it was his coach who opened him up to his ancestry. Connecting to his indigenous roots gave Pereira a revival of his mind and spirit, enough for him to realize he didn't need alcohol as his crutch any longer. Pereira became Poatan, an indigenous word that means hands as hard as rocks, or stone hands.
It was shocking. He would hit guys, boom, and they were just like stiffen up and flatline. You're like,
with 10-ounce glove.
Fuck, man, he's doing it to everybody. Like literally everybody he's connecting on is going night-night.
This new and improved Pereira steamrolled through the competition in glory, becoming not only the Glory Middleweight Champion, but also the Glory Light Heavyweight Champion.
He just came into his own, like fighters do. They come into their own, and then they reach this point where they're a champion now.
Yeah.
And he does it in 2 different weight classes simultaneously. He owns 2 weight classes in Glory.
A simultaneous 2-division Glory champion was historical. It had never been done before.
And if Pereira has takedown defense and he winds up making his way to the UFC, there's a lot of good fights for him.
Yeah.
In the UFC, in 185, and in 205.
What incredible foresight by Joe Rogan. Pereira had already etched his name in kickboxing history, so why not explore new horizons?
Like Todd say, I'm moving on to MMA. I signed with the UFC. I'll be fighting on Madison Square Garden, New York City on November 6th. I hope I got all you guys' support.
When that guy was going to fight MMA, I'm like, hold on, baby.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be some wild shit.
Hey, he was
3-1. Extraordinary dude.
That's right. Alex Pereira had done it all in kickboxing and was highly motivated to come to the UFC because of Israel Adesanya's comments.
Having somebody tell you, that you were going to be in a bar and stuff, knowing that he's had struggles like that in his past, I'd be pissed off too.
By the time Alex made the full-time move to MMA, Israel Adesanya had already won 5 world title fights at middleweight, and even tried his hand at becoming champ at light heavyweight, but was unsuccessful against Jan Blachowicz. On the other hand, Alex Pereira was practically a baby in the sport of MMA, barely dipping his toe into the sport while he built his kickboxing legacy. In his first MMA fight in 2015, he was predictably submitted via rear naked choke. And I say predictably because he was a striker. Grappling was a completely foreign art for Poatan, which is why in his next 3 fights, he scored 3 knockouts, 2 of which were in the first round. I mean, imagine being those fucking guys, thinking you got some scrub with a losing MMA record, not knowing he's about to hand deliver you some potent CTE. Keep in mind, a 3-1 MMA record is not usually grounds for a UFC signing, but a 33-7 kickboxing record, 21 knockouts, and 2 victories over the biggest active star in the UFC was enough to get the UFC's attention.
The second he signed on to the UFC, the conversation of who's the best striker in the UFC had another element.
That's 100% the case, but when you clicked on this video, the conversation on the biggest injury firm also had another element.
There's a guy that's in MMA now. That's the last guy to knock him out. His name's Alex Pereira, and he's truly one of the most terrifying human beings alive.
Bad motherfucker.
Oh, he hits people, and it doesn't even make sense.
Really?
It's like it doesn't. He's the same size as these people.
Yeah.
But he hits them. It's like he's a heavyweight and they're a lightweight. I'm telling you, he's got fucking freaky power.
And he was 3-1 when he made his debut in Madison Square Garden. And you knew that if he was able to win a couple, they would rush him to Izzy.
With all the hype behind Alex Pereira's UFC debut, Poatan needed to deliver. Andreas Michailidis came in with a great game plan to smother and out-grapple Pereira. He even exposed his back, but to the surprise of many, Pereira was able to weather the storm, get back to his feet, and return to his corner. What's interesting is that Adesanya was watching Pereira's debut and gave his perpetual rival some advice through the screen.
Because you know he's going to shoot well-timed knee, just straight up.
And I guess you can say, great minds think alike.
All the clinch and the grab.
That dude's made out of mahogany. Alex, we have been looking forward to you competing in the UFC for a long time. Congratulations on a spectacular debut.
Thank you.
I thought you were lying, bro. I thought you were lying. The whole time, Joe, I'm sitting to your right. I'm like, man, Joe Rogan up in here lying to me, telling me this dude this good.
A lot of people saying he might have the path to Adesanya after their kickboxing background. What were just your general thoughts?
He looked damn good tonight. Got the guy where he needed him, and incredible flying knee.
What's the career path now, right? A lot of excitement around you. Obviously, the link to Adesanya is always going to be there. Do you want a fast run to the title, or do you want to like take your time and develop more as a mixed martial artist?
Well, I came here, of course, to be a champ, but I'm almost taking my time evolving, getting better every day. I'm 34 years old, but I'm happy to be every day getting better and better.
Pereira made quite the impact in just his first UFC fight, but like he said, he was 34 years old, so whatever he wanted to accomplish in his sport needed to be done in a very short window. And with a performance like that, all eyes were on him.
Alex Pereira, of course, former kickboxing world champion, the guy who beat Israel Adesanya twice.
See what Robert Whittaker said about it?
Did you see the size of the fella? Like, why is nobody mentioning that? Dude's just giant.
I did.
He's a freaking giant. This guy had to be getting up to 215 whenever he was making 85.
I think it was heavier. His hands are as big as a fucking watermelon. One of the fights, I said it was 226, I believe.
226 in the octagon at 185.
His fist is like literally both mine put together.
Facial features are bigger. His feet and hands and forearms are massive.
He's like this long arms, these big giant fucking hammers at the end of his wrists. He's different.
Who let this guy in?
Pereira was like this mythical creature we couldn't believe was in our sport, and all we could do was speculate how this second fight was gonna go.
It's been the Alex Pereira show all week in terms of how people view this fight. Like, people think just Bruno's the next victim for this guy.
Bruno Silva is an incredibly violent fighter. If we're just going MMA, Bruno Silva probably wins. I haven't seen a whole lot of Alex Pereira's grappling.
I don't see Bruno Silva ragdolling him out there. Plus, Bruno Silva likes a firefight, man. I think he's going to go out there and at least try and earn some respect on the feet early.
Bruno Silva's fucking real. He's a really good striker. It was a good fight. It was like Bruno Silva tested him.
Alex
Although he didn't get a finish, Pereira fought a very game opponent and put on a performance that demanded the respect he needed in this new sport.
We talk about MMA, right? A lot of people criticize my grappling, my ground, and I came here to showcase what I do every day.
How long until Israel Adesanya has to start worrying about your name again, or we feel like you were brought here to fight him?
The moment that he find out that I signed right here, I believe that he's already been worrying about, because he knows of my potential, he knows how far I can get.
I greatly admire Pereira's confidence. Just 2 UFC fights in, and he fully believed he would make his way to the UFC's biggest superstar. Keep in mind that at this point, Israel Adesanya had 6 middleweight championship victories in an explosive rise to become a fan favorite global phenomenon.
He moves the needle, like you say, he's box office. People walk through the turnstiles to see the last style bender.
Outside of Conor McGregor or Khabib Nurmagomedov, Israel Adesanya was the biggest name in fighting. However, his roller coaster to unmatched popularity was reaching its low point as fans began to find him boring through his recent string of decisions. And fans also didn't like some other shit.
Shout out to the puppy. The puppy?
It seemed like Pereira was destined to come in and bring new life to the Adesanya storyline, so much so that the UFC scheduled Pereira to fight on the same card as Izzy at UFC 276 against a psychotic future champion.
I mean, Alex is a big, scary f***ing Brazilian. I think we all admit that. You're at 18 and this motherfucker walks up behind you in the middle of the night. You tell me what, you're going to be walking away.
Do you feel like it is a mistake for Sean Strickland to stand with you on Saturday?
You know, hopefully I could stand and bang with this gigantic, scary f***ing Brazilian.
Fight is a really interesting fight because Pereira will oblige him in the stand-up.
Yes.
It's going to be like, how does he choose to fight this?
He's not even a good striker, bro. Like, what is Pereira? Dude, the only reason to do that is because you're f***ing tall.
Official prediction, Sean Strickland versus Alex Pereira. Guys, I'm taking Sean Strickland.
You're genetically gifted. If you were a normal-sized f***ing human being, you wouldn't even f***ing be here. Your style sucks.
Well, I'm very prepared for this fight, so whatever it brings, I'm ready. If you want to strike, I'm ready. If you want to grapple, let's do it.
80-inch reach. An 80-inch reach head kick.
I think I have enough weapons to stop his game, to do the anti-game, and, leave with the W.
I would love to see Adesanya versus Pereira in the UFC. I feel as though Sean Strickland's going to get the upset win, and that's crazy to say.
So this is literally purely just a ploy by the UFC, putting him against someone who likes to strike, to potentially get him an Izzy shot.
All signs seem to be pointing, and of course, both of you need to win on Saturday. A potential fight between yourself and Israel Adesanya. It seems to be heading in that direction. What's your final message to Israel as he gets ready to attempt to defend his title against Jared Cannonier on Saturday?
Oh, I'm focused on my fight Saturday. I still got the fight to do with Strickland. I'm focused 100% on that fight, but I'm rooting for Israel.
Pereira was taking Sean very seriously. Sean was treating this gigantic, girthy, sorry, I want to get this right, gigantic, scary fucking Brazilian as a joke, and if that wasn't defocused enough, Strickland got into it with Adesanya at the press conference.
I mean, what was it like, 2-0 against Izzy? What was it, 2-0?
Did you watch the whole fight?
No, I don't like
Exactly, do your fucking job next time.
Oh man, I made the champion mad with his fucking frosted tips and his little watch. Oh no!
I'll crack my nail in your
Get
face.
this man, Alex, get this.
Hey man, you better focus on your guy. He knows he's gonna f you up too. Trust me, he knows I put him on skates last time. And this time when I put you on skates, I'm gonna leave you frozen like Elsa.
Honestly, if I'm being honest, he might get f***ed up, Strickland, if he doesn't fight with his ego. He'll get f***ed up.
The funny thing is that last part wasn't trash talk. It was just a word of advice.
It's like hands down, straight up,
Yeah.
you know, and he moves in on you, and it's just like, it's so filled with danger.
Comecei ali batendo pouquinho mais forte. Não parece, entendeu? Mas eu tava batendo mais forte. Fintei, ele fez assim pra andar. Aí eu já chutei antes de ele colocar o pé no chão. Quando ele tava chegando, eu já tava chutando. Então foi 2 chutes desse seguido que eu deixei ele perdido.
Every step he moves towards guys, you see this like recognition of this, like, it's a different kind of power.
E também um soco no peito dele. Dei vários, mas teve um, a gente sabe, a gente sente soco que ele pensou assim, porra, ferrou. Pra quem tá assistindo, tá fácil. Pra quem tá assistindo, tá fácil, porque parece que não é nada. Mas, cara, eu machuco.
Getting the better of the exchanges, I'm going to beat this guy up for 3 rounds. And then halfway through, I got caught. So hats off to Alex.
I tried to warn Sean. Try to tell him.
Alex, you made it a quick night of work here against Sean Strickland. Ranked number 4 in the division, and you made it look easy.
Really happy with my performance with this knockout. I've been training hard and evolving throughout my training, so I see that is working.
Well, that was essentially a title eliminator. It sounds like both yourself and Israel want that fight next. How soon would you like that to happen?
Whenever him or the organization wants, I'm ready to go. I have no injury. I'm clean from this fight. I want to take 2 weeks off to enjoy my family, and then I'm good.
Pereira showed up and easily knocked out a future UFC middleweight champion, whereas Israel Adesanya delivered a less than exciting performance against Jared Cannonier. This matchup was now more interesting than ever.
You're certainly on the champion's radar right now. Israel was talking about you heading into this fight.
Well, it actually makes me confused because with those 2 fights in the knockout, actually, he claimed to be a pillow, but with the big pillows already making him leave on a stretcher with the gas balloon on him. So imagine what is going to happen on the 4 ounces.
Tonight, the way that he fought and the way that he showed up, like, really did not impress me. To be honest, I think his level is actually not the same. And when we fight the 3rd time, I hope he will fight way much better than he did tonight. Otherwise, it won't be a good night for him.
Adesanya and Pereira were clearly going to fight each other next, and the build-up was glorious.
Israel Adesanya defending his middleweight title for the 6th time. He said this one is business and it's personal.
Going into your upcoming fight against Izzy, this will be the 3rd time you're fighting him, the 1st time in MMA.
They fought twice.
Yep.
Adesanya lost both fights.
Yep.
2nd time he got knocked out.
If you want to see him beat me, go on YouTube. It's got millions of views.
But that's fascinating. He's already beaten him twice. He follows him to a different sport. He hunts him down. Where do you get the motivation?
Without me, he wouldn't be here. Without me, he'd have a tougher road to the title, and he would have got exposed a long time ago.
Alex Pereira still knows that in the fights, in the interactions, he has been the person that has gotten his hand raised both times. Not once, both times. The first fight, they thought it was a bad decision.
First fight, I felt I won the fight. A lot of people, even he knew I won the fight because you see our hands being raised.
Y'all look surprised. He looked surprised. Both of y'all look surprised.
I was just like...
We all know what happened in the last 2 fights. I forgot about him. I hope you forgot it as well. I'm going to fight you like it was the first time I was fighting you in my life.
Second fight, Izzy was winning. We're looking at a fight where Izzy might have won the majority of the round, but Fajeda has the ultimate equalizer in the left hook.
Round 2, I mean, like I said, I would have had him out of there, but I didn't stay true to my style. I was younger then. I let some shit influence me, and I was just like trying to get him out of there. Trying to literally just right hands.
Yeah.
So it was stupid of me. You know I don't fight like that.
Because there's one thing to fighting someone that has beat